If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 7th of January 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Warwick Farm, which is in New South Wales, Australia. The ground reading is good. The last finishing mile is about 326 meters. The challenge of this track is definitely the shape. It's a triangular shape, and that's where the complexity of the track gets deeper. But we have raced here a few weeks ago, and we're going to be racing here again today. There are 7 races, and we'll see how things work here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate. And if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we often give it a shout out and, we try to highlight that. So today is when it's a Wednesday midweek. We're at Warwick Farm. Few things about this particular track. It doesn't come under the top 20 tracks in Australia, but it's a midweek, and this is one of the metropolitan tracks that we have available today, and with a good ground rate, with a good ground reading. So that's why we are here, and we'll see how things work. So we'll take the odds for the first one to see what the market is saying. 8 has been scratched. We don't have 8. 2, 5, 3, 4. So I'll do a little quick recap of what are the changes here. So last week, if you go to that video of live streaming, you will see that there are a few areas that we were struggling with. One of them is what is the difference between the CR and the challenge, and how does it hold up with the pressure lineup? So what I have done is the challenge columns. The challenge column is here, so that challenge column stays as challenge column. The CR stays as CR. Now the VT is the vital trajectory, where we are going to be measuring what is the difference. So the parallel runs are parallel, which are 0, and anything above that is an advantage which needs to be coordinated with the class, the gate, the jock, and the physics. So that we need to do manually. We still haven't got a way to do this automatically here. We'll try to figure that thing out. But when the VT is the vital trajectory is lower, that means it's a good horse. The higher is an advantage. We know this section is going to talk about the highest leverage point along with the pressure point with the class. So that 1 is the highest class, the highest leverage and pressure point. It comes within the VT. We know the CR, how the CR works, and that's more or less the scene. So the 2 is the favorite, which is a linear. It is a parallel. It is the second through DICR. That means it's the second in class. 1 is the highest. Okay, 1 is the highest. So 1 is the highest, but it is on the 3rd ranking here. I've changed the color combo also because with the grays, it was getting a little difficult to understand what's happening. So the only gray section that we have right now is the ones which are absolutely on the downstream here. Those are the only greens. The first one is the deep green, then it is the light green, then it is this blue color. We also have another color, which is this purple for the 4th ranking. So anything purple is 4th. Anything green is the 1st, light green is the 2nd, this is the 3rd, and that's the 4th. So so the 2 is the 2nd in class, if we look at that. So the 2 is the 2nd in class. The 1st in class is definitely the 1, which is a colt, and that is also the 2nd linear, but the 2 is here, which is going to be running parallel. Now the closest encounter that is possible is 3, which is very high rated, but it is a maiden race, and it is going to come from gate number 8. The advantage is huge, but it is going to come from gate number 8. 5 is a lower class than 3. It's a lower class than 3. High rated, but will come from gate number 1. Is going to run neutral. Above this, we have these 2 horses, 1 and 4. Okay, so 4 is definitely the EW with one of the highest advantages, which is here, but it has two races and it has not done anything. What it will do here from gate number 9 is something is a far-fetched story. I don't know what will happen there. But the primary struggle is between 2 and 1, because both of them are linears. Now the 1 doesn't have the physics to win this. Generally that doesn't work, though it is a smaller climb for a higher rated horse, but it also falls here, which is like the 3rd, or which is like the 3rd here in the CR. So the form is not right. So we kind of are with 2, which doesn't look like in a trouble. The only fact that is there is this, that the that it is going to run parallel. So this is the first one. I'm not going to question this. I'm not going to contradict this. It looks okay. It looks okay. and it should work. But this is the first one I'll pass, and we'll see how the ground is working and if things fall into place. The two is going to run parallel, so it is 41 by 41 on the resistance side. So if it is 41, the resistance is also 41, so it is going to run parallel. For this one also 36 by 36. 3 is a huge relaxation. It is 43 by 5. It is also a 0. So we'll see how that works. And the advantage with 5 is this, that 5 is a lower class from 3, but it is going to come from gate number 1. Now, what happens on, why gate numbers are so important? Gate numbers are important for the benchmarks. If we are on a benchmark which is less than anything below 78, then wider gates are an issue. So that's when the pressure will come into place. Who has more advantage and how that pressure is going to work from that particular gate with the physics. So we still haven't been able to do that detailing, but we know that the wider gates are an issue. 2 is from an inner gate, will run parallel. It is the second in class, is the linear. So 2 ideally is the right odd. What might be a hindrance? So it's the first one, so anyway it's a pass, because the first one we usually check the ground reading and how the ground is playing against the horses. But just for the sake of it, if it goes wrong, why it will go wrong and how it will go wrong. They're all same sex, same age, all right, almost. Now, this one is a class above than all of these horses. But the fact remains that they are all same sex and same age, which puts them into the bracket of almost same body weight, which might interfere in terms of what kind of advantage is there on the horses. So this one is a linear, which is under pressure. It is going to run parallel, which is like the capability is 41, the resistance is 41, it has 0 window, but the class is there. So ideally, the odds are right, but will that practically reflect after the races, after this race unfolds? That is something that we will have to check. This is the first one. Ideally, it's a pass because we check the ground, and we'll see how that works. But 2 ideally is in a good shape. If this was not, all these horses were not of the same age, things would have been a little more confident. Well, looks good. We'll see how it works. Gatekeeper, welcome back. 21035. 210. That's the challenger class. Okay, it has got 3 races, did not do anything. If you look through the leverage, it is one of the lowest, so has the highest advantage. That's there, has the highest advantage, which is there, so possible. Possibly. Well, see, this is the actually the thing is, it's a maiden race. There are horses with 2-2 races, 3-3 races. They've not done anything on those lines. There's no gate speed on them. Torque is running at 0. So how much exposure can one take on those horses? But yeah, it's a maiden. Maybe, may not be. The best thing is to pass. I will pass. So here this is where I'm going to make some changes, and I will put whether it's a pass, engage. I'll make those remarks. Let's see how it works. Okay, the next is Warwick Farm, but it's in 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes. Today, JMac is here. So JMac is going to be racing today here at Warwick Farm.
Are up there stepping out onto the track very shortly for the start of a 7-race card at Warwick Farm. And Brad Davidson, I just heard he likes Erin Joe in the first. He joins us now to preview the action. Hi to you, Davo.
Yeah, good afternoon, Marto. Good afternoon, everybody. Cracking day in Sydney today. So looking forward to action at Warwick Farm, that rail out 5 metres. So generally when that's the case, you want to be sort of up and in, not too far off the speed and not making sort of wide swooping runs. You'd rather be coming through the field if you are trying to make ground.
Sunny, nice and warm, 31, and a good 4 is the track ready for the first.
Yeah, should be fast track, fast racing, nice and warm out there in Sydney. It's been a cracking week and should be a terrific day of racing there at the farm.
Getting the cash early with Manukau in race number 2 is your best bet of the day. Much fitter today. Chased well first up at Hawkesbury.
Yeah, it comes out a really high rating race there. I know the winner out of it's failed since, but the blinkers went on the winner that day, and I just think we really reacted to that. He put a good gap in third. Manukau was first up for a long break off some nice trials prior to that. I think you can use the low draw to kick up and just be behind the speed, and from there I think it'd be really hard to beat.
And Barista is your value play in race number 3, competitive in Saturday grade last campaign, resuming off a couple of trials.
Yeah, and her only win did come first up, Marto. I know she was disappointing first up last prep, but that was on a wet track. She finds a dry track today. She's been trialling nicely. If she can hold the back of the favourite Ellipsis early, I think she can get him laid. So I think she's a good price around that 850.
Great to have James McDonald riding back in Sydney today. He's got a full book of 7 rides. Haven't seen him in the Harbour City for a couple of months.
No, it's been a little while, hasn't it? So you've got a little bit of ground to make up on Zach Lloyd now, your current Sydney Jockeys Premiership leader. I think he's about 4 or 6 behind James behind Zach by memory. So yeah, we're keen to try to close that gap, because no doubt he's got a few weeks away from Sydney in the coming months. I'm assuming Gold Coast and maybe a few trips overseas. We know he does. So yeah, it's not going to be easy for him this year. He's won it I don't know how many times in a row, but yeah, Zach's certainly putting up some competition.
In this first, a 3-year-old made at the 1400, just under 2 away. Erin Jo's been best back, $4.40 into $3.20. Beautifully bred mare, showing some early talent, and you're on top of her at start 3.
Yeah, into favourite now, I see. And look, there was sort of $4 plus available this morning. I thought her first run was really good, and then she just got too far back second up and hit the line okay there. I think from that good draw today, she can posse up behind the speed, and from there she should get every chance. As you said, well bred. She's out of Lucia Valentina, of course, a great horse for Chris Lees, and yeah, it just gets the right run today, I think, to break through. 5, 2, 3 and 1. The numbers, Huntress just went up a little bit too short. Concede she's got a good chance with J-Mac aboard, but seemed to have a chance out in front there at Canterbury last time, and maybe just a bit of that J-Mac tax with that sort of $2.40 or around that mark early on. 3 Miss Lola comes through that same race at Canterbury as our Huntress. Wasn't beaten far, does draw awkwardly, but did show speed that day, so may roll forward. 1 Corrado next best. Thought the effort there on the Beaumont track last time was pretty good. Chased hard and also has each way claims here. But 5, 2, 3 and 1. No surprise to see the support for Erin Jo.
She's been best back. Best back to beat an Equinox Legend for Lesbridge Tom Sherry, number 4, and it's quite popular too. $12 into $6.50. Second up at start 3. What's your read on Equinox Legend?
Got a long way back from the gate, but hit the line well in that Cellarmaster maiden last time out, Marto, that Erin Jo comes through as well. So, look, did the best work late. I just think, unlike Erin Jo, does draw wide again, so likely to give him a start with the rail out 5, where Erin Jo draws the 1 and can be a lot closer.
Let's have a look at what's happening late for the bookies, where Erin Jo is 4 into $3.20 last 15 minutes, $2.60 to $3.70 for our Huntress is soft everywhere. Miss Lola is 5, $5.50 back to 5. Equinox Legend firms here as well, $8 into $6.50. Corrado the topic, 9, $9.50 back into 9. Hermione Prancer is 10, 12 back into 11, and Take Flight has been firming from 41 into 26 for David Payne. No weighted on its back after the claim for Anna Roper.
I like the way she found
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Canterbury in that Huntress maiden. So look, she wasn't beaten too far behind that horse, and everything she's done suggests a step before
9.
is going to be ideal, as is typical with this stable. Most of them get out over ground, so definitely a chance if they're able to run on. We'll have a good look at the track. Like I said, we only go off history, and it can play differently to what it normally does, but the history might be a little bit hard to make ground today.
As it touched on Erin Jo out of Lucia Valentina. Mum was a triple Group 1 winner by I'm Invincible. Set them back $700,000. And at start 3, stays at the 1,400 metres today.
Yeah, I think that's okay. The first run at 1,300 was really encouraging. And then she had a race at her mercy at Newcastle, but they decided to go to Randwick just to chase that, I suppose, city win for a valuable filly, and they just got too far back from the gate and never featured. I thought she could hit the line a little bit better all the same, but I think from today they should be able to park up third the fence, and from there she should be really hard to beat.
As we say, midweek high to Darren Flindell, first of 7, Warwick Farm.
Big drifter in the betting, hard to $4. Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, moving in, and Lewis joining us as well, racing about to get underway at Warwick Farm. It's a hot one, 36 degrees here in Sydney southwest, and there's been a big shift in the market now. Erin Jo's a clear-cut favourite. She's very well bred, and punters are hoping from barrier 1 she'll be a lot closer than was the case on Boxing Day at Randwick. We'll soon see. Light on. Ready now for the first of 7, 1,400 metre maiden. Starter about to release the field. Few fidgety horses. Favourite draw on the inside, Erin Jo. team become favourite in the last few minutes. Gates are back, they're off. Erin Joe has jumped a lot better than last time. Looking for the early leader. Corrado has it with Take Flight, Hermione and Prancer, and Erin Joe sliding along the rails. Miss Lola's out deep, just summing up the...
That's a problem with the site. That's a bad start. We had a problem with the site to go with. The first one.
Five on the inside, two on the outside, getting it locked together.
5-2.
Race number one, and it goes the inside. Erin Joe gets it. First win for the beautifully bred mare up inside.
5-2, 4 and 9.
Yeah, it would have been a moral beating had she not got there, Marto. When I saw J-Mac land outside her, I thought there's no way he's going to let her out of her pocket. So he took off and she got held up badly, not being able to get a run, but she's still able to get out of that pocket at about the 200 and still be good enough to chase that horse down. So right horse won the race, but lovely ride from J-Mac, almost pulled it off there by locking the favourite in.
So 5 beats 2, 4 runs third, 9 runs fourth, winner pays $2 range.
So what happened is that 5 won. Why? Because of the fact that this was running parallel, and it's a same sex, same age kind of a thing. So 5-2, 4 and 9, 5-2, 4, and then 9. The 3 did not get a chance from the gate number 8. 5 and 2. So anything above is an advantage, and where things go wrong is basically when it is same sex, same age. All right, that's why we need to be a little careful about when that kind of a condition is being laid out. So but it gave the queen. We go to the next. A lot of scratching. We have scratched them, I hope. 6, 14, 2 and 12. 6, 14, 2 and 12. Six, 14, 2 and 12. So that six is the favorite. Okay. Now again, it's the same situation. This thing is the highest, the second highest actually in through the DICR. So this is the second one in class. And then we have the challenges section here. Now, if we look through this, then the 14 comes on top, but it is from a wider gate. Okay, it is from a wider gate. Now, what is the issue with the 6? The 6 is the linear. The arrangement is good. Okay. Here we were running parallel 41 by 41, which was leaving us no room. Okay. Here we are not running parallel. We are running 41 by 12, which is not running parallel, but that's the highest leverage point. Okay, that's the highest leverage point with the pressure. Now they have the 14, okay, which is in the next. Ideally, that is something that we have with some brilliant numbers that is there. Now, again, they are same sex and same age. Okay. Again, they are same sex and same age, 14 and 15. They're same sex and same age. If we look through the FR, so this thing is under pressure. This one has a we don't have a lot of numbers for this horse, but this one at the base it is with an advantage. So obviously it is going to run with a lot of advantage. They're of the same class. They're of the same class. This is a higher rated coming from gate number 6. This is probably the second. Okay, so is 8. They are almost the same, but it is coming from gate number 8. That is difficult. But 15 is a check. Okay. But 15 is a check. Why? Because they are of the same sex and same age. This is a wider gate. This is an inner gate. So what happened here, if we understand what happened here, is that they were all same sex, same age. This was running parallel, 0, no window. And this one had window. All right. Here it is not the same thing. Here, this one has the window. Window as in the capability is at 41. The challenge when we are calculating is the highest. It is the highest challenge, but it has a window. That means the challenge is not high enough to stop this horse. That's the point. Here, it was running parallel. The capability was 41 and the resistance was also 41. Here, the resistance is lower than the capability. Okay. So that's why 6 is good, better than this 2. This 2 was running parallel. Here the 6 is better than that. Now, these horses never had a race, so they're going to be racing for the first time. And this one had 2 races, is a very high rated horse, but it is going to come from gate number 6. This one is going to come from gate number 8. They have the similar advantage. They're the same class. 15 has a jock from gate number 1 with a lot of advantage. Though those are not showing up because they did not have any races, but they have a lot of advantage from the baseline. From the base here, if you see the pressure, you will get to see what the pressure is. So 6 has the highest, then 12, then 14, then it goes to 9, then it drops. But when it drops, it also rises here, apart from 40. But 14 is from gate number 6. So, ideally, this is falling into the gray structure. So it could be a very high rated horse, but it is falling into a gray structure. But has the advantage from gate number 5. It's a lot of advantage. Doesn't have jock. That's true. 6 is better than the 2 here. It's in a better situation. That was 41 by 41 came in second. This is 41 by 12. This one was running 40 by negative 16. Here it is 41 by 12. 45 by negative 11 is this one, which is rightly the second horse, but it is also going to come from gate number 6. Drop in class, I mean, they are all the challenger class. So the 15 is this, which is here. 44 from gate number 1. We'll see how that works. 6 is good. Good to engage, I think. 6 is good. The nearest one, which is 14, the nearest one which can actually do something really drastic and nail it, is 14, which is coming from gate number 6. This one is at least 1.5 times better in class, though it is not doing great here, but has the window, has a jock. Should be able to do it with the high stock. 0 leverage is high. 6 is good. 6 is good. 2. And this one drops. Advantage. Falls in class, but has gate number 1. This is 3-year-old. This is 3-year-old. Both are fillies. Advantage is more here. The highest advantage is here, which is from gate number 5, which is also the highest in class. That is a 296, but falls into gray. So yeah, that 15 is a check. I don't know whether that will happen, but 6 is probably an engage. Good one. You had 9. The 9 came in fourth. The 9 came in fourth. But that was a good call. That was a good call. It is best to avoid situations like parallel runs. We need a window. We need a window. If the window is not there and it is running 0 here, then it becomes a little questionable. We have tried and tested this at Randwick. I can show you what happened at Randwick and why I have made those changes. We were literally struggling at Randwick the other day to do this manually. So forget about that. So here, if you look at this, then you'll figure out they were running neutral. The 4 actually won. Why? Because here you need to take a look at the dip. All right, here also we have the dip. So the dip was higher and the dip was lower. All right, dip we are not going to change. Dip basically is going to do the pressure module, and we will get to see what window, how much pressure module is activated on this, and how comfortable things are. So here at Randwick, the 4 came in first, then came in 8. All right, this race, the second race, you can check the results. And how that happened is because of the fact that through the CR, they were like that. All right, 1 was the favorite, 4 was 4, 10, 5, they were all there. This was the highest leverage point, and they were both running at 0, 0. But when we look at the dip, this is on a higher pressure model, this is on a lower pressure model. This was a higher class, this was a little lower class. It came from gate number 1, but it nailed it, though it was running 0, 0, because both of them were there. And here we had to choose from these 2 horses. If we look at the dip, then this is lower. That means the pressure is lower on this horse, which we can also figure it out how. But this will basically give us the idea of the, when we are trying to compare, 2 horses with the same, it'll give us that idea. And when we do that, when we go smallest, then we get 5, 8. Now if we look at what is the difference between 5 and 8, so this was on a challenging pressure, they were almost the same kind. This was a lower class, had a management issue. If we look at the window, it had 7, it had 11, it was 75, 6-year-old mare, but 8, a 5-year-old mare from gate number 11 actually came and nailed this 6 and the 1. So the 1 was struggling because of that pressure model. It did not happen because it was a class 3. And similarly here also, I just I have applied this to all the races and we've checked it out. So they more or less We were constantly talking about 16 and 6, whether they will happen. So that did not happen. Why? Because they are all negative. All right. 87, 45 by 87 will not work. 31 by 88 on this side will not work. This false, it will not work. So what basically happened in this particular race is, I think it was 11 which actually won. And that is also because of, what the horse is and how much it is on the restriction side, on the resistance side, what exactly is the resistance on this horse. So that went through. Then came in 16, I think. So 16 was favorite. It was 45 by 87, showing a negative 42 on the scale. So that was not possible. 6 was not possible from gate number 11. Both of them were benchmark. This was a benchmark 72. So that was not possible. So this is the exact arithmetic that is now here. So we get to see that. Then we get to see the dip. Whatever is lower is better. All right. The higher ones are like in higher pressure model. That has to be checked with this. 36 by 36 will not work. 41 by 41 struggled and came in second. Here we have the 6, which is 41 by 12, which is a pressure. But the window is 29. It is on the highest leverage point, is a high class. So yes, 6 is good. The problem is here, if that doesn't collide, then all good. So what you will see is this, that this is 6, okay? That's the highest pressure. Then it is all low pressure, all right? All are negative, we can see that. So this is the highest pressure. But does it have a window? Yes. The next is 14, which has double the window. But it is going to run neutral from gate number 6. That's when the 15 becomes a check, because they are the same class, same age. And definitely here, because we do not have races, we cannot calculate that, but it is definitely going to be double this. Gatekeeper raised to 614.8. 614.8. Let's see how that works. It's good. The tragedy of this entire thing is this, whatever changes that I've made in last 2 weeks, they're all based at Randwick. All the lengths and the measurements that I have used are for Randwick. But we still couldn't find a winner for Randwick on last Saturday. But we did have an idea that the favorites are not going to work, because how the structure looks like. It's just that we need to do a little more fine tuning on the so what we are lacking at this point of time, to be very honest, what we are still manually doing, and what needs to change is the benchmark, the gate, and the jockey calibration to be there. But I tried doing that. It is not working. I have to have a separate method of doing this. I I've tried putting in the, I've tried calculating the gate number with the pressure and the class that they're running with the calibration on the jock, but it is not working. So we'll have to keep trying doing that until and unless we basically get an answer. Now, what is the risk on this 6? Is this that it is here, it is good, it has a window, but the risk on the 6 is that it is it had issues for some reason. It had issues. It's not doing well here. It is leaning back on the 3rd. It is leaning back here, right? So that's highest. Then we have these 2 horses. Then it is the 3rd one. So I don't think this class will be able to beat this. That probably is not going to happen from gate number 6 on a maiden race. That probably is not going to happen, but still this becomes a little point of concern. We'll see how that works, but it's good to engage, I think. You're right. Yes, I think so, Lee. I think so. 6 will win. I think so. You're right, they're all wild. They've never just 1-1 races, 2-2 races. But yeah, there are concerns. It's not that it has no concern. It has concerns. But the concerns are not very high. The concerns are not very high. At least we have a window. We're not running parallel.
Other side.
The problem is when you run parallel, and honestly, maiden races are always questionable how things will end up. Whether the horse will come out of the gates, that's the primary concern, that the horse will come out of the gates and start running. What if it misses the start? All those things are there, but still. Okay.
There's 9 scratchings here, and we're down to a field of 7. 2 on debut, 3 are resuming. Manicow's already had the 1 run back. Davo, best bet of the daytime. Kept chasing at Hawkesbury first up, much fitter second up, obviously.
Yeah, I know obviously has to go provincial to the metro level here, Mano, but Horset's always shown really good ability and was only first up off a long break on that occasion, put a good gap on 3rd, and the winner of that race, albeit been disappointing since, did get the blinkers on that day at Hawkesbury, and I just think he really reacted to that. They ran good time. I think you can bring that form here now. He uses that low draw to be able to park, hopefully just 3rd defence, where we saw the winner of the first race land, and I think from there he's going to get every possible chance as long as he gets out of a pocket. So Manicow, I think he's a horse that's better than this grade, and his form around engine room and also that last campaign sort of suggests that as well. So I'm with him on top, 6, 14, 12 and 2. Thought Miss Supernova was the danger. Did run second there in a city last time at Randwick, closed off strongly, and thought it was a pretty good performance. You could make a case to say that she has a stronger form line, although I do think Manukau might have a little bit more ability at this stage. 12 Lipstick went up nice and in the market with the JMAC tax. Look, I thought the trials were just fair. I thought the form last prep was just fair as well, so wasn't one that I really gravitated towards. And 2 Verlander, interested to see how this horse resumes off 670. He's obviously thrown in the deep end of the Todman on debut, was well beaten there. He's been trialling well, but never easy to win first up off that longer break. So numbers for me, I'm with your favourite Manukau, 6, 14, 12 and 2. He's getting his right fights now, but yeah, look, he looks hard to beat here, Muddo.
Very well tried, Davo. Went from $2.50 to $1.80. Touched $1.75 a second ago. Miss Supernova number 14 is down to $4.20 off $3.60. Back in from $4.40 very late. Verlander number 2 went up at $6.50 late, $7 back into $6. Then we've got Lipstick $5.50 out to $7.50 on the next line of the trade. So says the tab from this morning to now. Late with the bookies. $1.90 was posted 15 minutes ago. Manukau missed back into $1.80. Little nibble Verlander. $6.50 into 6. Lipstick is $7.50 into 7. But the chief support here is with Manukau number 6. The tongue tie has been removed. Nicely bred mare by Lonro out of Bahutakawa. Mum was a Group 3 winner.
She was, yeah, and as you said, you know, she was a really nice horse. I remember watching her, and she's always had a good turn of foot, and look, I think this girl's got a fair share of ability as well, maybe not Bahutakawa level, but you get back to that last preparation, second behind Engine Room, second behind Super Nui. There's some horses that have been racing in sort of midway grade, so I think she's that level at least, and with that run under her belt off the long break, she should only improve, and looks clearly the one to beat and the standout for me on the program.
Verlander's been specced to resuming at start number 2 at Gelding off a couple of trials, one of the most recent for Team Hawks.
Yeah, always good when they come back gelded. It's just that long off. It's always
Yes, 14 looks good, but 14 is a 16 is a class above. 6 is a class above. 14 comes from gate number 8.
Look, his lane's trial was
6, I'm sorry.
I'm sure he's got ability. It's just whether he's lacking a bit of race experience.
14 will get attraction from 15.
Special place a fixed odds win bet on races 1 through 4
Probably.
today here at Warwick Farm and also Eagle Farm. Get a boost
Well,
on
what
your
is getting
bonus
tailed?
bets with 10. It's running late for race number 2. Second pick here on the bookies boards is Miss Supernova, up for 14 for Ryan Alexia. Tyler Schiller showing talent. Looks close to her first win by Russian Revolution, Davo.
Yeah, it does look that way, Mardo. I thought the latest effort at Randwick was really good. She found the line beautifully that last little bit behind performance, and she showed good improvement from start 1 to start 2 as well. So, look, whether it's her type of day, barrier mid-draw looks okay, but she'd probably be sort of getting back in the running line and making her run around them. And like we saw in the first race there, I think you want to be saving ground with the rail out 5 and trying to make you run through the field rather than around. So that would be my little concern.
Your third pick is Lipstick. Stable switch from James Cummings to Chris Waller, who's immediately put the crossover noseband on the Street Boss filly first time.
Yeah, a couple of typically soft trials. This preparation, she finished third attempted on debut here at Warwick Farm, but was beaten a fair way that day. Look, I thought she was the one that went up too short. The markets are reacting there.
Here's Darren for the second.
So, Dark Flame moving in. Dark Flame on debut moving in. She's had many trials. Lipstick moving in. She's only just arrived at the start, so they put her straight into the gates and the light is on. And we're just about ready to run. Manukau, what's on?
China, let's go 2.
Two here for Manukau. The blue coloured cap on. Godolphin with the 2, Lipstick with the white cap. Now it looks as though one's been unloaded here. Verlander. Number 2, Verlander, getting news through from the stewards. Okay, lunged at the gates there, so undergoing a vet's examination, Verlander. Well in the market here at $6, being gelded. And its most recent trial at Rose Hill was successful when pushed out by Jay Ford and really extended well to win that trial. But subject of a vet's examination, having lunged at the gates.
Anything is possible, gatekeeper. It's a maiden race.
Waiting in the gates now for a yay or nay on number 2 here, Verlander.
We are hoping that they'll come out of the gates and do some running. That's our hope.
157 on Vet's advice. Verlander is out. Late scratching here at Warwick Farm. Number 2, Verlander. A $6 chance at the time of scratching, and the gates open, they're off. And Edge of Infinity and Miss Supernova have both handled the start well. Manukau driving into third, followed by Nandina. Dark Fader is back, and Lipstick is the last one. Miss Supernova here rolls forward, gets about a neck in front, but Edge of Infinity's not giving up the fence. 2 after Manukau. A length further back to Nandina from Dark Fade Lipstick, and the late scratching at the gates was Verlander. So they've got 700 metres to run, and Miss Supernova is taken to a clear lead now by Schiller, with the odds-on favourite Manukau racing up on the outside. Then Edge of Infinity from Nandina. Dark Fade Lipstick last, only about 4 lengths off the lead. Miss Supernova a half in front to Manukau. Edge of Infinity third on the rails now. Nandina being reined up as they straighten up. Miss Supernova's
Run, baby.
side. He now issues a big challenge, and Manukau putting in good strides now. And Manukau heads off Miss Supernova. Lipstick and Nandina are staying on. Manukau at the 150, 2 lengths clear. Nandina's hitting the line well with Lipstick.
15. Man, that 15 and 6. No, 15.
Then came Edge of Infinity, and Dark Fay was last in.
15 and 6.
Dina over the top, beautifully bred filly, so you think, out of Catkins, and like Mums are grey.
15, 6, 12.
Karen McAvoy for Chris Waller to win at double-figure odds across the totes. It had 6 trials before the debut, Dover.
Yeah, she's, as you said, a very well played Marto, and that's a lovely debut. She really stretched out late.
15, 6, 12 and 4. 4 or 14, I don't know. $14 probably. So what happened is this, that the 15 was a check. Now, why that happened is because of the advantage and the gate. All right, that is why it happened. From the base, it has advantage. 6 was a concern here, but the 15, 40, 41, 0, 12, 9, 40. 14 came in 4th. 6. I did not expect that, but that happened. I thought this will be a problem for 14, but I did not think that this will be a problem for the 6. But the 6 is like that. Okay, so there's some issue here going on, but that generally is a queen. We'll go to the next. One and 11 has been scratched. 5, 2, 6, 4. So we'll see what happened here first. All right. 15 and 6. Now, what was the thing? The 6 was a higher class. 15 was not. And 15 was a challenger. So what happened is basically two things. One is this, that we're dealing the same problem here. They're all more or less the same sex, same age. When we look at the body weight, then 14 was the heaviest. But here, if we look at these two horses, then 15 was heavier than 6, and 15 came from gate number 1. If you look at the jockey calibration here also, 15 had an advantage, but it did not run. It was the first debut run of this horse, and nothing went through. The CR was high here, had a window, but because of this section, the form line is on the 3rd. It got in 2nd and got beaten by 15 with the advantage. Okay. Now we are here. So the 5 is the favorite. The struggle is real. Okay, the struggle is real here. And what is happening, if we look at this, then these two are Ladat. Okay, these two are Ladat, and ideally 5 is better than 2 in a much better position, but it is not a clear go. Okay, it is not a clear go. Now the first 2 races, the favorites did not come in. This one is a step ahead. This is 2 is trying to achieve something very, very difficult task. It doesn't have physics. 5 is also trying to achieve a very difficult task, which is there. Okay. 9 is going to run parallel. 9 is going to run parallel. That is also a questionable stuff. That's very wide for benchmark 72. So here is the thing. Again, we are going to be dealing same sex, same age. They're trapping us here. Okay, they're trapping us here, where it becomes same sex, same age. So now if we look at the class, this one and 6, 5 and 6, they're of the same class. Okay, the struggle is real here. The struggle is real. It's a very, very strong struggle. And the section looks like that. We were at what 6 was looking like. So 2, I don't think has a chance. 5 will struggle. And if it has to be a queen, then it is probably 5 and 6. Okay, it is probably 5 and 6. This is wide. And that 9 is also Lala 42. Will not happen here. It is very bad. It's bad. 41, 51, 53, 53, 52, 40. Higher class. 4. Doesn't have a physics, but does it need a physics? It's a lower trend line, so to 7, 8, 22, 47, 22, 47, 22, 47, 27, 47, 9, 10, 25, there is a chance that it'll be 5 and 6, but it's better to avoid. Pass, because this is a very strong arrangement. I don't want to pull up Randwick again, but this is what we were looking at Randwick, and now we have a clarity what it is doing, right? So if we go through that, then that's the scene. 5 is definitely better than 2, but still it is going to be not going to be very smooth ride. It's not going to be a very smooth ride. So things can go wrong, and things have gone wrong in the first 2. So one thing that makes a lot of difference is the triangle shape, right? The triangle shape of any track is something that needs to be considered. Horses will lose the traction here. They will lose the traction here. And the length, the last finishing mile is about 326, which is not huge, not very challenging, but if we look at the it's not a clear go. 5129 negative 31 has physics. Maybe we will not go with that. That's a challenger class from gate number 1, and it has done this distance like nobody's business. The 10, then here it is with 4, which is 52, this is 51, this is 40, 29, a lot higher class, but it doesn't have the physics. I'm not sure whether it will need the physics, because it's a 3-figure, but on a higher side. Okay, it's a 3-figure, but on a higher side. So the 4 is here. It's a 3-figure, but on a higher side. So I am not sure whether it'll need the physics or it can survive without the physics. Ideally, anything with a 3-figure needs the physics. If that is not there, then it becomes a problem. But the flip side of the story is that the primary 3 figures, which are here, the first, second, third linears, they are here, then it rises from here. So I'm not sure whether it will need the physics. Chances are maybe not, but that's a question of a chance, and it's a pass. Don't get into it. Don't get into it. It's a kind of a situation that might work, might not work. The management is also like that, bleeding 40%, 50%. So things can go wrong. And where things can go wrong is very difficult to identify with the current situation. 5 is a linear, all right? So far, all the linears were the favorite and the linears are coming second. This one, the linear was here, the linear was the favorite, came in second because it was running parallel. Here it had the window, but the form line was not good. Here, the struggle is real. Here, it is 56 by 72, negative 16. Whether it will work or not, it's a very questionable kind of a situation. Form line is also not very, is not something very impressive. It's a maybe kind of a situation. So, pass. Don't get into it. He was second behind that horse I was following 2 races ago. Okay, 5. Yeah, the 5 is, see, Lee, the 5 is a good hand. 5 is also the linear. The 5 has physics. 5 has everything. Okay, but this is not a very, very good scenario. If you look at this, we still have to do a lot of work to be confident enough. How much negative can go from which gate. So if you look at Randwick, if you look at how things were at Randwick, so here, if you look at these guys, all right, they were all negative, all right. They did not get in. They were not there. They did not get in. Even negative 10 for a say. I mean, let's give it even if we give it a concession that this was a 6-year-old mare, even then negative 10 did not work. We are here at negative 16 with this horse. Okay, the form line is not great. So for me, it's a pass. I will not get into this, especially after getting hit by this one. So the numbers are, the accuracy of the numbers, I'm trying to improve them every day. So the numbers, they give us the real picture. And the concern was this area, all right? The concern was the form line. We had a window. All that was good. It was the highest class, second highest class. But a horse at a debut with a better form line actually knocked it out from gate number 1, which was an advantage anyway. So here, ideally what should happen, it should be 6 and 5. Okay, it should be 6 and 5. But things can go wrong. And I'm that's why I'm saying it's a pass, because this is a very strong and a very steep challenge here. We haven't seen, as long as we've had these sections, I haven't seen anything working on those, so I'm not sure when it works. The challenge is definitely very, very difficult. The challenge is definitely very difficult. It is not an easy task. It's a 56. It could be the highest. All right. It could be the highest. But it is also facing the highest problem. It is also facing the highest resistance here. And if that resistance kicks in, then things are out of control. Then things are out of control. So that's why I'm saying that this is a pass. It is better to be observed. Also, I'm not getting a lot of confidence on this particular horse. The 4. I'm not sure whether it needs the physics. I'm not sure whether it needs the physics. It's a 3-figure on a higher side. So generally, I know a 4-figure doesn't need the physics. A drift doesn't need the physics, but this is in between somewhere. It is not a drift. It is not a linear. It is somewhere in between. So whether it will require the physics is a very, very confusing state here. Because 1200 meter, if it doesn't have the physics, when it requires, it'll be in trouble. 5 definitely is in trouble. That's a lot of hard work to be done. Whether it'll be able to deliver that is a question. I don't know. So that's why I'm saying pass. I'm going to think of 10. 10 is challenge. I mean, with the given circumstances, the ten I could have suggested, but the 10 is, through the FR, it is the lowest. All right. It is the lowest, the 10. And it is also a challenge. So this is not in a form. The 10 is definitely not in a form. And there are issues. The 2 is the same case. It is not in a form. Plus, it is going to face that kind of a challenge. Not possible. The 4 is here, which is okay. But I don't know what will be requisite here. The 9 is going to run parallel, so it's not one of the highest rated. In that case, the 8 becomes a check, all right, because they are up here, and that is a larger drift. It doesn't need the physics, so 8 becomes a check. All those things becomes very prominent when we try to do that. Okay, it's within gate number 10, so it does have the opportunity of building it up. So things can go wrong in multiple levels. And not something that I would suggest anyone to get in, especially after getting knocked out here. I had a feeling about the 15. But I did not think the 15 is going to knock out the 6. That's something I did not anticipate. I had a feeling the 15 is going to knock out the 14, which was the second favorite. But it'll knock out the 6. That was a crazy one. So here it becomes very difficult. I don't know whether it will work. We need to have more numbers on these horses on these races, especially at benchmark 72. It's very, very dicey. I mean, at the end of the day, what matters is this, that, you know, if and when you have same sex and same age for mares, it's a very, very volatile proposition. It's a very volatile proposition. Things can go wrong, and things can go wrong in multiple levels. And the maths is very, very straight and simple. They all have same body weights, approximately. We're measuring it here, and we can see how things are. They're all same sex, same age. Look at them. This is probably a lighter one. But this is where it gets tricky. If the horse is same sex and same age, then the advantage will kick in. Then the class doesn't matter. I think so. We need a lot of concrete evidence to actually say that. We don't have that yet. But this is what my observation is, that if it is same sex, same age, then the class goes out of the window. It purely plays physics, which is the body weight versus the advantage or the pressure lineup that it has. And that gets knocked out. JMac, yes. JMac probably will get the one which he's supposed to get. There's one, I think, which is meant for JMac today here. We'll get there. I get very nervous the moment it becomes the same sex, same age. I because the only thing is, it becomes so volatile, and you cannot bank on performance. You cannot bank on pressure model. You cannot bank on class. You cannot bank on practically anything when it becomes the same sex, same age. It's pure physics that will play on the body weight, and they do not publish the body weight. We have a tentative body weight that we are referring to. So things get volatile.
there in Queensland and even here in Sydney behind King Secret, Spywire, horses like that. She normally goes well fresh. She's had a couple of nice trials. And look, if she can find the spot behind the favourite Ellipsis here, third defence, I think she'll outsprint her late. So I'm just hoping she can get there. If she gets there, I think she's $4 chance. If she doesn't get there, I think she's a $9 chance. So we'll see how that pans out, but she's jumping pretty well in her 2 recent trials at Gosford. So I'm forward to beat 5 Ellipsis, who does look hard to run down. Needs to run out the 1200, sure, but looks your leader in the race, and 2 runs back have both been good outside the lead latest and gave a really good kick. 6 is today, J-Mac, good low draw, can posse up midfield and hit the line really hard. She's got a good turn of speed. And 9 Infusion was the one who was really disappointing fresh, so might be able to bounce back. I was trying to get one. Did have a bit of a boom on it prior to that first up flop, so we'll have another look at him today. 4, 5, 6 and 9 though, Vareska. Best value for me on the program, around that $7 mark, still seems okay. She was sort of sitting around $9 this morning, but nice to see a little bit of support for her, Mutto.
Let's have a look at what's happening. Dubbo late with the bookies. Ellipsis is the market mover, and it's $1.95 into $1.75. Komodo Dragon is $6 into $5.
There are too many slips between the cup and the lips, Lee. That 5 should win.
3 trials, 3rd Kenzo track in the most recent.
We'll see. Ideally, you're right, but
First up off sort of 429 days. Between trials.
there's a but in between.
It's been pocketing, who's a subsequent Group 2 winner and form around the 300 and horses like that last prep. So clearly talented. Just that wide gate would be a negative for me.
Yeah, stay away from this entire thing. I mean, this
Just there on screen, Martin. Certainly not the parade you'd want.
this is
Seems to be getting quite
this is not something that.
Wasn't it 7 out to 11, back into 9?
I mean, see, if the one which is the best is in a difficult state, and we try to impose trust on something else forcefully, then that's a very, very questionable job.
Was pretty keen to go forward. Good Hotspur moves up now to the outside.
If not this, then who?
Stand by. Clear Proof just went up in the air for a moment.
I hope that works for you, Lee.
Clear Proof jumped on. Clear Proof's one of the early leaders. Infusion away well. Good Hotspur as well, the outside, and Komodo Dragon handy. Then the favourite Ellipsis 5th in the early stages on the fence from Bareska, Sister Day of the Zero, and a gap to in and out at the rear of the field. Clear Proof leads the way by a length or so. This allows Ellipsis to improve on the rails on the inside of Infusion. Komodo Dragon deeper out. Good Hotspur dressed back a little bit on the outside of Bareska, Sister Day. 2 up to El Pasero and still 4 lengths away to in and out. 600 to go. Clear Proof in front. Komodo Dragon strides for an outright second. About 2.5 into Infusion on the outside of Ellipsis, followed by Bareska, Sister Day on the fence. Good Hotspur the outside from El Pasero as they come around the turn. And Clear Proof reined along, going okay for the time being by 2 on Komodo Dragon. Then came Ellipsis, Infusion and Sister Day. Clear Proof of the 200 leads the way by 2 on Komodo Dragon. Ellipsis is now chipping away. Coming with a run now, the favourite Ellipsis. Going after Clear Proof, and Ellipsis got there by a long neck on the line to Clear Proof.
572.
Sister Day. Then came Bareska from in and out El Pasero. A gap to Infusion, and Good Hotspur was last.
Great job, yes.
Ellipsis under Tommy Berry for Bjorn Baker. Mows down Clear Proof and pays $1.80 across all of the totes, building a really consistent record.
5726.
By Written Tycoon, Domo.
It didn't pan out the way we thought it was going to. I thought she looked you later in the race, but Clear Proof took care of that. She was able to get that run behind though, and I think hugging that rail is always a positive when that rail's out 5.
So the 5 did the job. Then came 7. Then came 2. Then came 6. So the 4 did require the physics, which was not there. 5, 7, that was. He actually raved this horse like nobody's business. He actually raved this horse like nobody's business, but that's okay. That is how it's supposed to be. It played exactly how it is supposed to be. So they are the front runners. They will run, and then this thing is supposed to come from the back and win it, and they get to a place. That is how exactly it should play. But the question is, with that difficulty, whether will it be able to deliver? So that was 1656, not doing well. 138. There's a class above. 14956. So that paid okay. And go to the next 1000 meter. Two and 7 has been scratched from race number 4. 1493. Okay, so this is again a benchmark 72, but the thing changes here a little. What changes is this, that it is going to be 1,000 meter. It is going to be 1,000 meter. Now, if we look at what happened here, for a 1,200 meter, this thing went through with the pressure line, which it should have been. That's the linear, and then the 7 came in with the advantage from gate number 10. And here, the 1, which is the favorite. So for 1,000 meter, the requisite is pressure. 1,200 meter, the requisite is pressure. Without pressure, you can't win. Without pressure, you can't win. So if the pressure is not there, then that becomes difficult. That becomes an advantage. So that becomes a place. But when it becomes a place, then it has others to compete with. All right. So I think it is 4. I think it is 4. Then it will fall here. It is right arrangement. Either way, it is these two. Either way, it is this two. So how? What is the advantage and how that works? Okay. So anything in red and pink, those are the EWs. The 4-figure drifts, they have advantage, but if that's 4-figure, then this has to drop below 10%. Okay, this has to drop below 10%. Anything above 10%, it becomes volatile. So that doesn't generally work. And 10% is good, but less than 10% is better. These guys, they will have to drop it to 10% and lower. Now here, this is rightly there. Okay, this is rightly there. It is a higher class, lower pressure. This is a lower class, higher pressure. Leverage both they have, and that's the right arrangement actually. Now, why right now the EWs are in question? Why right now these guys are in question is because this is a challenger class coming from gate number 9. Okay, can it work? Maybe, but that's too much to expect, because this guy is there very much. Okay, this guy is there very much. So the challenges generally with EWs are, there's something not right with them. So this one is a 6-year-old mare. I'm not expecting that it'll interfere in between, but if it does, what is the difference between this one, the 9, and the 6? 6 is a higher class. Okay, this one is an EW, this is also an EW, but 6 is a higher class. This is a challenger class. Plus it's a drop-in class as well in this thing. That's what I'm getting. It's a 6-year-old gelding versus a 6-year-old mare. So that's a gate number 5. This is gate number 9. So this thing definitely 6 has more authority than 9 in this particular race. So 6 has more authority than 9 and the others. Now, about these two, I don't think it is going to be anything apart from this. The 6 is a 6-year-old mare. When it comes to these 3 horses, it is the lowest in class. All right, this is the highest. Then this is the second one, and this one are the same. Okay. This one is going to come from gate number 8, 5-year-old gelding. This is a 4-year-old mare with a pressure line, with a jock. All that is good. This is the second linear, which is here. but it is going gray here. It will not work. It's a drop to level 58, 2. %75% bleeding. I don't know what they'll do. So that's out. 4. I think the pressure will win. The pressure, it's 1,000 meters. The pressure will have to work. Now, if the pressure wins, okay, which it should, that's the 0, that's the highest leverage point. 0, 0, it is going to run parallel. That's a problem. But the race construction is 1,000 meter. Even if it is parallel, that's the highest pressure value. Oh, 49, 51, this is 50, 52, 47, 49, plus this or this. High class. I think it's 1 and 4. I mean, I'm sorry, 4 and 1. It's technically like that. What can go wrong and what might be a problem? What might go wrong? So the pairs are like this. Generally, how the first and the second are like that. It's a low pressure, high pressure game every time. So even if you look at this one, this was a benchmark 72. So the 5 and the 4, 5 and the 7, they came in because that's a high pressure and that's a low pressure. All right. And that's exactly how it should work. They are the front runners. They will run front. When that's the case with these guys, all right, the EWs. But what happens with these kind of people, all right, the drifts? The drifts generally they run parallel to them, okay? Drifts generally run parallel to them, but they need to drop the pressure below 10%. Here we have that right, so it is going to be these two. But the pressure will win, I think. The pressure will win. It is higher here. It drops here. And then it is higher here. So if that 6-year-old mare knocks out the 1, which should not happen, but there is a possibility. Because of the section, because of this particular section, either it can come from this or it can come from here, which is the other drift. That's the largest drift. Or it can come from here, but this is a 7-year-old gelding from gate number 2 with that kind of a management, which I have no trust or faith on. That is not something that I would want to go. And about these two horses, they are lower class than 6. So the 1 is going to get a traction from the 6. Now the question is, will it be 4 and 1 or it is going to be 4 and 6? That's too much to expect on a weekday. It's a Wednesday and we will not speculate that. I think it is 4. I think it is 4. 1 is there, okay? The FR is also correct on the right place. But when it becomes an advantage, then it becomes who has the highest advantage. And, you know, how that is placed. So ideally, the odds are right. People do not have 6 because it's a 6-year-old mare. But if you look at the structure, then this is a higher rated. It is coming as a neutral. Okay, this is a higher rated, which is coming as a neutral from gate number 7 on a benchmark 72. This is a 6-year-old mare with a lot stronger number, though it is not of the same class, but the advantage is huge. So that 6 is a check. Whether it'll work, not work, I don't know. The problem with the 1 is this, that the 1000 meter will require pressure, which it doesn't have. I made this mistake a few weeks ago. I looked at the class, I looked at the, I looked at everything else, but I did not look at the pressure model on a 1000 meter. And then that happened. So anyway, I generally 1000 meter, every short distance races are about the pressure lineup. Every short distance races are about pressure lineup, but that has to be aligned with the class and the struggle. So when that becomes a little volatile, it's a pass. I'm not saying this is not volatile. It is going to be volatile because this is also running parallel. So if it 49 by 49, it doesn't have any room, wherein the 1 has the room, which is to a higher class as well. But it is not doing great. Having a room, not doing great, plus not being the linear, it is the largest drift with a low pressure, makes it a little questionable. 4 should be able to do it. And then I don't know how these things will play. The 8 is also there with a very, very strong numbers up here, which is a neutral, and it is a challenger class. It has a very strong body weight. So they're not of the same class. The struggle gets here. Here it is not. Here they have the struggle. So whether this lower class will beat the 1, which is the highest class, is something that we will see. But I guess it's 4 with the pressure. Let's see. When they should close down Austin. So something tells me good interesting. That 7 usually a back marker. 7 usually a back marker. You're talking about the 7. The 7 cannot. The 7 is not a back marker. 7 is a front runner, and it did exactly what it is supposed to do. So it was written nicely, though they had a management issue and all that. I was not confident on that. So those are the areas that, if you're actually walking on a very slippery slope, whether they will deliver, not deliver, God only knows. So, but that's exactly how that's exactly what the right racing is. They don't have pressure, okay? So they will run. They will be the front runners. They will try to take the lead. Why they do not have pressure? Because they do not have the pressure. So they're not feeling it. So they will run. But the job of the linear is this, that they will come from the back. I think we were talking about this on Saturday, that they will come from the back and they will win. They will beat the front runners and they will win, provided everything falls into place. So here we had a 56 by 72, negative 16 that went through. Okay, that went through. So that's something happened from gate number 3. This was gate number 10. And 2, I think, came in third, I think. Yeah. 2 was the other one, the second linear, which was here. Did not have the physics to win. The struggle was huge. but was the highest class, so it had to deliver from here. Let's see how that works. I think should work. Let's see. That 6 is a check. How that will do and what it will do is God knows. Also, 4 has been on this distance like nobody's business, okay? 4 has been on this like nobody's business, has been to this track and won this distance. Those are the other advantages that 4 has. 1 is the highest class. Here it is, class drop. 3 is a 5-year gilding from it on 7 running neutral, 46, 40, 43. So there are 2 very questionable horses, 2, 3 actually, 8, 6, 10. How they will react and what they will do. They all have capabilities in some way or the other to do this. 6 has it with the class and these numbers. 10 doesn't have the class but is okay and from gate number 2, but it is a 7-year-old gelding. Well, this is management. And then this is a challenger class, but out of 10 and 8, 8 has a lot of upper hand. They are same class, but this is very high rated. So all those things can happen. Now, question is how these 2 will fall in place is something that we will figure out. I think it is 4. Then it is 1. No, I think it is 4, and then 1 has a lot of people to handle. 1 has a lot of people to handle. 4 clean. 4 is not clean, but 4 has better chances. 1 has a lot of people to handle. 1 has 6 to handle. 1 has 8 to handle. 1 has 10 to handle. So 1 is like attacked. Yeah, 4 should be able to do it. Or should be able to do it. Advantages are front runners. So those are the front runners. They will run front. They will run front. This is 10. Let's do that. I'm not having, I don't think so. The 8 and the 6. So this is a 6-year-old mare. And higher class. So either 8 doesn't get in and gets knocked out by 6. Or if the 8 gets in, then the 8 gets in. Because of the gate.
Into the call. Proper Diva for bright smoothies later the money. Got the breaks, 17.51. Known for being a strong finish. Greyhound today was the
Lee, I like the 4.
$5. $2.40 is the winner's return. Fourth event.
But you know what it is up against, all right? It's a lower class.
Yeah, she's doing really well. She showed ability
With higher number will be running parallel.
Back that up for a while, but look, 2 wins.
But it is the pressure.
Off this break has been great.
This is an advantage. So probably one is going to take the lead if it doesn't get knocked out by 6 or 8.
But that's switched around here late with run Ran I Run, now a clear favourite, and rightly so.
I like the 4
today.
but
Beauty does look your danger. It's going to
is it clean?
up close to the.
It is like this one, all right? I mean, that looked good, but the challenge is steep. So I said pass on this because I wanted to go safe, but it actually won. The logic is 1200 meter pressure line, and it delivered. Here, it's 1000 meter, should work, but it is also running parallel. So it's a chance, but it's a good chance.
Put a lot more into J-Mac than, say, the Gold Coast on Saturday, for example. So just keep that in mind, punters.
Run, Red Eye Run is the favourite with the bookies. Late 2.15, 2.20 into $2.
4 has gone to favourite now.
2.30 into 2.45 into 2.35 back to $2.40. The rest double figures. There's nothing at all to report. Run, Ran I Run drops 1.5 kilos on that last start. Winners is sold last start.
Outfoxed! Welcome back. One is strong but doesn't have pressure. One is strong but doesn't have pressure.
I suppose Strand Beauty does have that.
One is strong. Definitely one is stronger because it is a higher class.
The form might be a bit too sharp late in the markets. Definitely trending that way.
Let's get to Darren for the fourth.
And pick out to 250. He's been a little soft in the betting. Zuccarino's third pick as they start to move them in. So the market has it as a dead set.
Oh, run.
The Escape. Paul Perry's colours with the black armband there, about to move in. In fact, it's locked away. Now, he's Strand Beauty and Zuccarino. They're the last two to go forward. Odds on favourite Ellipsis won the previous. Berry and Baker teaming up there. Running down the big outside at Clear Proof. There's the light now. Ready for race 4. 1,000 metres ahead of them. And they're racing. And Run began particularly well with the other favourite Strand Beauty and striding to third the Escape, followed after 2 lengths to Tai Lung. Zuccarino's in that clump as well, along with Action King, and a gap back in the field then to Destructive Diva and Smiling Prophet is the last one. The 2 favourites ran it a long way out, and it's Run on the inside of Strand Beauty. They've declared each other on 2 lengths away to the Escape, a gap to Action King, Tai Lung, Zuccarino, Destructive Diva and Smiling Prophet. Run has the advantage of the rails, but Strand Beauty's really pouring on the pressure on the outside.
Run, baby!
From Action King further back to
Run!
150 to go.
Run, baby! Oh no!
Strand Beauty flashing up the inside is Tai Lung.
10.
Got up to beat
God.
Strand Beauty. That changed complexion late. Close up then was the Escape from Zuccarino, Destructive Diva, Run, and a Smiling Prophet. Well, the 2 favourites declared each other on, and it was set up for something to come from out the back, and it was Tai Lung bursting up the inside.
10-1-2, I think.
For Andrew Atkins and for Terry Robinson to strike winning form at its second run back from a break. That's actually its third second up win, Dovo, and it pays big across all of the totes. And it should
10-1-3.
3, 1 and 5.
They just did a little bit there in front, didn't they, the favourites, and left them vulnerable late, and Tyler
10-3-1.
$42, bit of a quaddy killer there.
10-3-1 and 5.
That would improve and relish that strong tempo today and finish off well, as did Action King, and Strand Beauty looked your winner, but just wasn't able to hold on there with the 2 favourites sort of declaring each other on early.
First win in 737 days is its 4th success at start.
See, that 7-year-old gilding. Can you believe that? Bug. Disgusting. Eleven has been scratched. 42710. Or I think is because of JMac, it will not work. The horse is like that. 4 is because of JMac. JMac will do whatever is capable of doing, but winning with that horse is difficult. No, 44 on the 4th, 3rd is 4th, 3rd, 48 by 90 as a window. We'll do that. 2, then here it is 7, 35, 2. Is 1600 meter. The 10-year-old gilding. One. Four drops in the first one. 9. Is pressure. Neutral 33. 1. And someone is going to. This is a 10-year. or very difficult to win. One 56, 50, 54 drops, 54, 56, 4, 11, equals gate number 11, 6, 50, gate number 4, 6, 2, 4, 2, 4, and then if this happens, 2, if this one doesn't knock out. So how generally things work, we know it's high pressure, low pressure, like what we've seen right now. It's a low pressure just going through. I don't know what to actually talk about this. This is very disgusting what happened here. It's a 7-year-old gilding. I mean, it was right there on my face. I was looking at those numbers, but then they're like that, and it was a challenger class, which is a 7-year-old gilding. I completely ignored that, and you can see the result, what happened. If you look at the number and you look at, the relaxation that it had, it was like huge, okay? So, this one was coming from a gate number 9, 6-year-old gilding, 7-year-old gilding from gate number 2, just nailed it like nobody's business. So, the pressure fell flat on its face, running parallel. That was an issue, which happened. So, here, the 4, which is the favorite, all right, the reason why it is the favorite, it has the physics. There's no reason to ignore this. The reason is those numbers, all right? Those numbers are not right. It is difficult for whoever is writing that to make it win. That's a very difficult task. The strength is here with 2. The strength is, it is a higher class, and the strength is here with 2. All right, the window is there. The window is there. It is not that there is no window. Now, how generally it works is, it's a high pressure, then a low pressure, then again a high pressure. That is how it will work. Even if you look at the results here, which I was trying to show you, this thing got in, which is a low pressure, and then 3, which was 0 for the class, and 3, then came in 1. Okay, so it went low, and then it all played low pressure. It did not even, the 4 was like 4 failed to deliver with a parallel pressure line. Did not happen. So generally what it does is basically it's going to play a pressure, then it will fall to a low pressure, then it will go back to a pressure again. That's how it plays. But that has to be monitored closely with the class, the gate, the jock, all that will play, right? So if we look at 4 is at 10% on 1600 meter. It's not doing well. It's like that. Okay, so it'll definitely go to a low pressure in some conditions. So these are the low pressure horses which we have, which are still doing better than 1, which is a 7-year-old gilding. But this one is a 10-year-old. This one is coming from gate number 10. The other one that I'm left with is the 5, which is here, which is a class, okay, which is from gate number 3. That's a 6-year-old gilding. I don't know. I mean, this is not looking good on this one as well, wherein the 10 is a low pressure is good. It's a lower class than this, but this is a 6-year-old gelding, and this is a 4-year-old gelding with a very strong body weight. Numbers are good, and the window is there. So chances are that it'll be here. Chances are that it'll be here. The 7 is very wide. Gate number 11. The pressure is also higher than this. So that probably is not our problem. It'll be here. Probably 10, 2. Then if it rises, then it either goes to 4 because JMac is riding. Or if JMac goes upside down, then it'll probably fall back on here because of the leverage on that horse. Huge leverage. That's a very good horse. Okay, that's a very good horse. Though it is running neutral, winning is difficult. So that's the state. I think it's here. And then if the 4 gets in, it gets in with the JMac. I mean, the 4 has to beat 9. Okay, the 4 has to beat 9. 4 and 10 has a lot of difference. 10 has lower pressure than this. 10 is doing better, though it is a lower class, but 10 is doing much better with a lower pressure. All right, that is a linear. It should have had pressure, which it doesn't have, which is a contradiction. Why it doesn't have? So practically it is here. And then if it falls back here because of JMac, that's a possibility. And if it doesn't, then the 9 is there with the leverage to kill it. So that 9 is a check. That's the highest leverage point. Issue is definitely the jock. But when there is a leverage, that also means that the horse is fantastic. Otherwise, it will not have that kind of a leverage. Leverage is the promotion of that horse, right? So that is that. Take a look at this one. This is 17. Jock. So I don't know. The 5 is a higher class than 10, has a lower pressure, but it is also a 6-year-old gelding. The body weight will matter. So the 10 stands better than the 5, but they're all there. I think it is here, 210. This is 11. High pressure 54, 56 drops here. 56, 1. This. Good. This is from gate number 10. Jock, this is 10-year-old. If that grandpa gets in, then when this grandpa actually got in, we ignored that grandpa. But that got in. And that not only got in, that put the entire race upside down. Warwick Farm is not a good place. Randwick has been playing like that. How can you... how can I complain about Warwick? How you remember how Randwick is playing, correct? It's a midweek. Be very careful of what you're doing. It's a midweek. So Wednesdays are supposed to be volatile. It is volatile. On top of that, the track geometry is a very, very tactical geometry here. It is a triangle shape. Things are very volatile when these kind of tracks they come into picture. All right. what happens in a triangle shape, all right, why it becomes volatile. So if you look at the replays of the races, when you do or if you do, you will see that the horses will lose traction here. Okay, the horses will lose traction here. And why that happens and why that doesn't happen on the capsule shaped tracks, why that doesn't happen on the capsule shaped tracks. The difference is this, that on a capsule shaped track, here they have a longer straight. Okay, this straight is longer. This is about good 300 meters long, this particular stretch from 1,000-meter marker till the last bend here. It's about approximately 250-300 meters here. But when it becomes capsule, this section is less than 100 meters, less than 200 meters approximately. So what happens in this kind of a situation is this, that the horses, they will run, okay, and then they will drastically drop here because they will have to slow down here. Okay, they will have to drastically slow down here and then pick up from here. Then you pick up from here. So this area becomes an area of traction. So in the capsule, that doesn't happen. When it becomes a capsule shape, it doesn't happen like that. Why? Because they take a long run here, right? If this was a capsule shape, they will take a long run here, slow down here because there will be a bend here, and they are not picking up here because there is no straight here. It is about 200, so they are moderately racing here, and then at the final stretch they are relaxed, they come here and they pick up. Here it is, they are coming straight and they lose the gas here, and then they slow down, and after losing the gas they want to pick up here, which becomes a traction here. So that becomes a problem with the triangle shaped tracks, and this is a problem everywhere with the triangle shapes, at least in Australia wherever we have raced. That's the issue. So it becomes very much jockey dependent. It becomes very much jockey dependent, how well the jockey knows this track, how is he managing this particular section and then jumping on this particular section. So it becomes a interference. The last favorite was home. J-Mac will do his job, but winning is very difficult with that horse.
Swan Fest back at Yarra Valley in March, and I sort of black booked him off that meeting and went, okay, you're just going to win next start. And then we didn't see him again until December 3 at Warwick Farm, where I got back down the line. Second up run behind Airwood was really good, a subsequent Saturday winner, and then won impressively at Randwick last time. Now finds J-Mac. Looks hard enough to beat Progressive. 2 Mirror Impact. Looks to get that right run just behind the speed here. I like the way he hit that line at Canterbury last time out, and look fourth up. Right sort of distance now. I think he gets every chance. 5, Ivan's Hero, got the perfect ride last time to win, but was well backed and ridden well and held on to beat Allegro Miss. I do think this race has got a bit more depth though. And 10 Logano might even try to take on Ivan's Hero for the lead early. Both like to be stand urgent, so we'll see how that pans out. But look, I think 4's pretty progressive. Short enough, probably, but look, he's going to probably go to another peak here with Jake the ball.
Whenever he starts losing, he starts stammering.
260 into 220, just going back out to $2.30.
Whenever he starts losing, he'll start stammering. This is something that I've noticed. He gets nervous, like me.
The fluctuations mirror impact.
I mean, anybody would get nervous when
some admirers, $7 into $6. Sisu Spirit
things are not working.
$7.50 back to $7. And there's nothing else to report. So Man of Worth is a lightly raced 5-year-old import. It's won 1 of 4 in Australia so far and stays at the mile today, Nova.
He does stay at the mile, yeah. It looks like that'll be a nice distance for him. Interesting to see how far he does get in time, but Joe takes over from the apprentice. Sienna Grimer did a good job last time, and he just bolted in that day. And yeah, even his 2 runs prior to that were good. I mean, second up run was a little bit disappointing, one well back, but not every horse handles Canterbury. I think Warwick Farm he'll handle that fine. He seemed to get around the track okay first up. He's had a few trials here as well, so he knows the joint well enough.
Little nibble for Sisu Spirit for Waterhouse Bot, Regan Bayless. Close up fifth at Canterbury when second up. What's the route?
Look, he can appreciate an extra 50 metres here. He's the type of horse that's been getting back from both runs.
7 looks great.
I think that's the key.
Yes,
His case, when if he
probably.
can rediscover that, he's got a chance. But he just doesn't have the turn of foot to beat these if he's coming from the back.
He's Darren for the fifth.
And there's 4 out. Mortlake, one of the outsiders. Lugano given a chance. Third up today. Now Lugano is being loaded in. Favourite Man of Worth at 225. It was a big win at Randwick on Boxing Day. Got leaders back that day. Went up the inside and won for fun at his third Sydney start, the former Irish horse. Sisu Spirit's drawn a wide barrier today. It's the last to move in. The light is on. We're set to go. Good to go now. Racing. Sisu Spirit last out. Ivan Zero jumped pretty sharply towards the inside of Lugano and they go stride for stride early. Mirror Impact right there. So's the favourite Man of Worth. And Buccanara's caught 3 wide. Further back to General Soho on the outside of No More Night Shift. 2 off to Clyde Mortlake. And Sisu Spirit's been able to drop back to the rear of the field. 1,200 to go. Ivan Zero looking for back-to-back wins. Buccanara moves up on the outside. It's about to go to second from Lugano, and then came Mirror Impact for
Last 2-1.
the Man of Worth. There's 2 horses in front
Wait.
by length and a half margin. No More Night she pushes through on the rails. Further back to General Soho, 2 off to Clyde Sisu Spirit, and one of the roughies, Mortlake, is last of all. 800 to go. Ivan Zero a half in front to Buccanara. Mirror Impact well positioned, a half the outside Lugano. 2.5 now to Man of Worth, then No More Night Shift, General Soho. Further back
Come on, baby.
Spirit on the outside of Clyde, and Mortlake is the last one approaching the turn. Ivan Zero from Buccanara. Lugano gets going out 3 wide. Man of Worth gets up onto its back, followed by Mirror Impact. Now wide at General Soho, and Sisu Spirit really being ripped up to the outside into the straight now. Ivan Zero, Lugano, Man of Worth.
Oops, that was a bad one.
Needs a bit of room, but Man of Worth has the ridge built up at the 200 metres.
That was bad.
Man of Worth gets the upper hand now from Lugano and Ivan Zero, and the short favourites bounding away for back-to-back wins.
4, 5, 10. 2.
Mirror Impact got out of the insnatch third in front of Lugano. Then came General Soho, Sisu Spirit, Clyde, No More Night Shift, and Mortlake was one of the last to finish with Buccanara weakening right out.
Man of Worth was an easy winner back-to-back. And for today's win under James McDonald's at 210, 120, it beats Ivan Zero at $3.22. Mirror Impact makes a late
That was a bad
10
run.
Lugano and may well snatch it to run third. May well be 4, 5, 2 and 10.
4. Then the 5 actually got him. 4, 5, 2 and 10. Five is here. Not 4, 5, 2, 10. He tried to take the rails and it backfired. A moron. 6. One has been scratched. 6, 9, 3, 4. 49 by 164, deficit is about 115. This is still close. Three, 50, 36, 33, 17, 86. Ten, 7, 3.5, 3.5, this is fine, 2. $44, 144. So this is again that situation where it is the struggle is going to be very difficult here. It is up against a very strong and steep wall, which is like 49 by 164. Deficit is by 115. So no, this is in a better position. We had a 16 working, negative 16. This one actually delivered 16, 25, gate number 3, 138. $16. $2. So what is the problem with both these horses? Okay, they are chasing a very strong and steep wall. Here we've seen a mistake happening, and that happened because of the jock. Okay, the jock, this is usually what I speak about, that for any chance, if a linear with a pressure horse gets into a traffic, it'll be very difficult for this jock to bring it back on track. What he did is he tried to take the rails, and then when he had the traffic and there was another horse in front of him, he tried to move that horse from the sink. He tried to move it from the sink, all right? And he tried to do whatever he tried to do, but that did not work because of his body weight. So that is because of him. Here, both of these horses have the same issue. It's a pass. I don't know. I can't force anything else. Maybe the 3 definitely has an upper hand, but the scene is like that. Things are like that. So it's a pass for me. I'm not going to get in. Plus, it is the same sex, same age again, and there are horses with advantage here. Then the 2 is breathing on their neck with gate number 4 with a low pressure. So things are dicey. Things are dicey. For me, it's a pass. I'm not going to get into it. Had enough, and there's no way I can force in anything else. These are challenger classes, no matter how high they are and how heavy they are. From gate number 10, difficult, but same sex, same age. Again, advantage will work. The 2 is a check, but that's all about it. 3, 6, all of them are chasing a very steep wall here. For a linear, you need to have a jock. We missed out on that. The jock did not have, for a pressure lineup, the jock was misaligned. And here it was low pressure, went through. So it's a mistake in my decision making here. We should have checked this side, which was missing, and that happened. But if they are same age, then low pressure will kick in with a jock. The same age, then low pressure will kick in, and that did happen. It's just failed. The jock was missing. 5 was here. I'm out on this one. I don't know how things will work. They're chasing a very, very steep wall. Lack of jock. 2 is a check. The highest here has the highest CR. But that does not guarantee anything, because these are almost the same sex, same age, and then they have low pressure. 1735, 162, 4, 2, 5 with this. 42. Very bad state. How will it work? 24, 6, 21, 6-year-old, 21, 9, 26, 8, 2, 2.5, 2.5. No. This is for me. It's a pass. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
শাশুড়ি আর জামাই বুঝেছো? শাশুড়ি আর জামাইকে বাদামের টাকা
I am back. No. So do we have Flemington on Saturday? Let me check. Oh yes. Then yes, of course. If we've got Flemington, where else will go? Saturday we'll catch Flemington. Flemington, actually, we had a much better strike rate last time when we raced at Flemington. That was a weekday, but I think we had a lot better strike rate at Flemington. Randwick is definitely taking a toll on us. Randwick is definitely giving us a hard time today here. I don't like to race on triangle tracks, but I did not have any other option today. I don't like to be here. This is like when you have no option, what else will you do? Yes, we're going to do Flemington on Saturday for sure. It's early morning, but yeah, I think this is I think what is happening at New South Wales is something that we need to prepare for. Last year also during this time, I don't know, Lee, if you were there, but this is, from January onwards, we had a terrible time at New South Wales, and from April onwards, it was all over Australia. So the last race that I clearly remember was the Australian Cup. That was the last, and right after the Australian Cup, everything went for a nosedive, and things were upside down all over Australia. And that is when, from January onwards, New South Wales started trembling, and this is happening again this year as well. So this is something that needs to be, bookmarked, that January onwards, New South Wales is a questionable place. It gets back on shape by September. So September, October, November, December. 4 months of New South Wales. Rest everything is very dicey. Yeah, and the point is this, Lee, that these things have to be noted down. The seasons, the tracks, these things have to be noted down, that so that we do not make the same mistake again. We do not make the same mistake again. Yeah, because that's what we do. I mean, trust me, if I had a better option today, I would have gone there. But I did not want to go to Eagle Farm. I don't know how good Eagle Farm is doing, but this one, the problem is it's a triangle shape. We are at New South Wales. The season is changing. They're getting prepared for the spring carnival. So they have a lot of volatile horses which are here, and we can see that how things are happening. We can see how things are happening. It is and look at the kind of situation that we are facing. Okay, so I mean, honestly, what was the mistake here? What was the mistake here? The mistake is the jock. Okay, I did not look deeper into it. It is my fault. I did not look. I generally, whenever there is a pressure, I generally look into, the first thing that I refer to is this, that there's a pressure, there's a jockey mismatch. That's the first match that I do. But today, for some reason, I did not do it, and I don't know why I did not do it. I generally do that. I do that every day. But today I did not, and look, it backfired. This was a bummer. I mean, the 10 was right there on my face, okay? But look at him. How can you, I mean, what kind of a nerve do you need to go with this kind of a horse? Maybe a nerve of steel. I don't have that. Here it was questionable. I stayed out, but that thing delivered. That's a 16. Here, if you look at what's going on, 6 and 3, how is that going to work is a very dicey proposition here. It's a very dicey proposition. I mean, this is on the third line, okay? This is on the third line. On the third line, it has... It's collecting a resistance of 164. The deficit is about 115. Where will it make it from? I don't know. The 3 is in a better position. But will that work is also questionable, because the 2 is sitting right on top. That is the highest rated. It's a 1600 meter. The 2 is sitting there on top. Doesn't have pressure, doesn't need a jock. That's okay. But then the arrangement is like same sex, same age, back to square one. And when that happens, that's a 5-year-old mare. To give it a hard time, we have the 10, which is also a 5-year-old mare, the 7, which is also a 5-year-old mare. And they have more advantage. And the class definitely is futile here. We've seen that multiple times, that class do not work. And I think very strongly is this, that when it becomes like this, that you have the same sex, same age, why does it backfire every time? It is because of the body weight and the advantage that the horses have. If they're the same sex, same age, they more or less have the same body weight. And if they have the same body weight, the physics will play. If you believe on physics and the performance is lacking and the physics wins, that's science winning, but that's a very demoralizing thing for anyone who believes that the performing horse is going to win. Like here, people believe that the 6 is going to win. Why? The 6 is good, right? 2 races back-to-back wins should win. But it is facing like the Alps mountain here. It is at 49, facing 164 at the pressure line with the handicapping. Is the highest leverage that is there. It is a good horse. I don't doubt the quality of the horse. I don't doubt the quality. But the question is not the quality. Question is the arrangement. They are all 4-year-old. This doesn't look good. This is questionable. Maybe, I don't know what can we do? If Eagle Farm is playing better, then they're playing better. And honestly, Eagle Farm as a track is a better shape than Warwick Farm. It's not exactly capsule, but it is still on a better line. It's still it's not exactly capsule, but it is better than this. This is like Mooney Valley. Mooney Valley is triangle. This is triangle. Caulfield is triangle. All these tracks. That's why they can never make it up to the top 10 tracks. They will never be able to make it to top 10 tracks because things get volatile the moment it is a triangle track. The moment it is a triangle, then things are then you are at, I don't know if you have ever been to that place called Patpong in Bangkok. It is like Patpong in Bangkok. Anything can happen at Patpong, Bangkok.
Start 2.
Yeah, 2 from 2 looks a really progressive horse. Mardo, love the strength through the line, the step to a mile.
That's
Ideal, and looks a horse that's going places. Obviously needs to step up again here from Kembla now to the city. Both have been at the provincials, but had a nice little to-go trial to keep the fitness levels up, and she looks like she can go on with the job here and make it 3 straight and continue that unbeaten record. I thought the 2 Heaven Bound was a chance at odds. Didn't mind the run there in the Bell of the 2 last time. Through the deep end. It's a good winner at Hawkesbury prior to that, first up, and third up today for a horse that showed good speed last time. Can get up on speed with this rail out 5 and be hard to run down. Okara Mia, another one trained out of Hawkesbury. Thought the first up win at Gosford was really good, and then she went to Canterbury and boxed away well behind Miss Hades. Wickers go on again here. Winning distance, only win today's been at a mile, so that's another positive. And look, third run back, just needs a good ride from Zach Lloyd from that wide draw. And a 5 Diamond Show. Did enough there at Hawkesbury last time. We can mix her form a little bit, but if you're looking for a mad roughie, you could certainly do worse. We already had a big roughie win today earlier on in the program, so maybe there's another one coming here. 6 to 11 and 5 for me. Happy to go without a line though. Looks the one with all the upside.
And late with the bookies, 215 to 220 into 185 for out of line. Covert Thinking, best back to beat it everywhere, number 3, 550 into $4.80. What's your read on Covert Thinking? And widely raced 4-year-old mare with a handy record. Both runs this campaign in Saturday grade. Was a disgrace off a wide run behind Willie Hopper last time out at Randwick.
Yeah, covered ground, and we've seen Willie Hopper come out of that race and run really well again. So, only beat 2 and a bit behind Hyperbolic, who almost won the Bell of the Turf since. So that form ties into a few of these, and gets a good run from the gate and nice claim, and all 3 wins have been at the mile, so there's a bit to like.
Top 2 in the trade, the only 2 shorters late with the bookies as we take you to Warwick Farm for the 6th.
Zen, and there's your partner going forward. Emberley's been very easy in the betting. Emberley moving in now. James McDonald. James successful in the previous on Man of Worth.
6 will win. Let's see.
Covert Thinking drawn barrier number 1 is
It's a good one.
second pick.
It's a good horse, but
For a board. Now the last two to move in, Diamond Show and Okaramir. Okaramir drawn wide out, moves into the gates. And we're just about ready now for the tab handicap. This race, like the previous, is over a mile. And the starter about to release the field. They're set. Gates are back now. They're racing. Japana was last out, and Emberley jumped well together with Covert Thinking sliding up on the fence. Heaven Bound now pushed on, searching for the lead, and Okaramir's coming over with it. The favourite settles in fifth out of line. Further back to Kingston Charm, whizzing up the fence. On the inside of Diamond Shows, Japana's taking a rails run, improving from Allegro Miss, and Bakerloo's going to settle at the rear of the field. They sort out their order, and Heaven Bound did a bit of work early, but has been able to cross and leave with Okaramir going to second the outside. Covert Thinking grabs leaders back, third and a half the outside to Emberley, followed by Kingston Charm and the favourite 6:30 out of line in the running line. 2 after Diamond Show and the outside is Japana. 2 after.
he's doing good. He's doing good.
After Bakerloo.
He's doing good. He's not forcing it. He's not forcing it.
A half length
He's doing good.
Thinking well positioned.
He's doing good. That still is a good strategy. He's doing good. Lee. He's doing good. The question is whether it will be able to survive the pressure on it. But right now,
Pushed on, thinking back on the rails. Heaven Bound leads for home, beating off Okara with Emberley, the principal challenger, the outside. A length further back to Covert Thinking, Adeline the outside. It's Heaven Bound, Emberley. Covert Thinking grinding around the inside. Adeline needs to lift. Heaven Bound is still the leader from Covert Thinking. Heaven Bound just beat Covert Thinking. Wide out, Adeline third in front of Emberley.
three had an upper hand.
Then came Japana, Charm Diamond Show and Bakerloo. So
Two.
Bound repels Covert Thinking, who gets up on its inside.
So 2 was the highest rated.
Miss, it'll be
So that's what I said. The 2 is breathing on them. 2, 3. Then came in 6.
three, and then
It's a pretty tough effort. Covert Thinking money wasn't far away there. Look at that blanket finish. They all pretty much went across the line in a big heap.
It's a dicey proposition here. It's a very dicey proposition. The 3 definitely had an upper hand. But still, that is too much. I mean, the 2 was the class. The 2 went through. Then the 3. Then I don't know what happened. The 6 I saw coming in, but that's like, I don't know, chasing a Goliath here. It's like chasing a Goliath. Two, 3, 6, 2, 3, 6. Two, 3, 6. That is the end of our misery today. This one is the last race here. So we'll see what's going on. Eight has been scratched. Five, 3, 2, 4. Where is 5? This no, this is list number 7. Sorry, my bad. 5 and 10 has been scratched. 7, 13, 1 and 11. 7, 13, 1 and 11.
এই শনিবার দিনে চুরি আর নিয়ে বুঝিনি এই শনিবার দিন না আমি বলে দেবো চুরি আর
This is probably the most difficult one. So what is happening is that 7 is the favorite, all right? The 7 is an EW. If we look through the class, then there are higher classes which are there. They generally are the front runners, okay? They're generally the front runners who will run. But what basically happens is there's somebody with a pressure line will come and will do the right thing of winning. Now if that's that, then we have this one, which is a higher class from gate number 7. That's a 7-year-old gilding. Then the pressure line is here, 14. That's 6-year-old gate number 9. This is possible. But here is the catch. The catch is this, that none of them are doing well. Okay, none of them are doing well. So if we look at one, the one is like going to feel some traction. It is like that coming from gate number 9. I don't know how good this horse is, but through the numbers, it is the highest rated. Now, if we look at the highest leverage, which is here, the 6, okay? 6 is the outer drift. Now, the match is basically if this is the outer drift, then it will work with the linears. So the linear is a lower class with a pressure line. Okay. Not this is on a third line. This is on a third line. This is from gate number 11. This is like mix of fourth and third line. Here it gets better, but also questionable. The 9 in between here is a neutral. 15, 17 is here. 1, gate number 1. This is gate number 8. There's a leverage here. It's a low pressure, doesn't need a jock. That's that. Then we have this one, which is a lower class. This is not doing good. This is not doing good. The one which is doing good is this one, which is from gate number 11. The higher class. Then I don't know. I'm gonna pass this one as well. So that 9 is a check. Why? So you see what's going on. So generally that's a low pressure. Okay, that's a low pressure. So yes, there's a possibility it'll do that thing. It'll win. But being a low pressure also means that it is going to solely depend on the rating, which is higher, right? But when that happens, that it is going to solely depend on rating and advantage, then the thing is, then it is chased. Then it is chased by everybody who's got an advantage and doesn't have doesn't fall into the rating. So the rating here is not great. Okay, the rating here is not great. It has the class, but it doesn't have a great functioning trend line or form line here. So that's the thing. The 9 from gate number 1 is higher. It's a lower class, going to run neutral. God knows what it'll do. So that's that. This one is higher in rating. The form line is good, but it is a lower class with a pressure line. This is a higher class. They're both 5-year-old gilding, and that's how they look like. Okay. So now let's understand what 7 is capable of doing and where it might fail. So 7, generally this is a place, okay? It is not a winning horse. They're going to run front. They will be front running. They will be running. But for a 5-year-old gelding on a benchmark 72 on a 1400 meter, if it has to win, it will run front runner. So again, the same mathematics will play, that it will come here, it will lose gas, and somebody is going to come from the back. It'll exactly happen that. To come from the back, it has to be a higher class, either with a pressure or with an advantage. It stands in a position where it is vulnerable to everybody. It stands in a position, it is not the highest class. It is not the highest advantage. The highest advantage is here on that 3, which is a 7-year-old gelding, which is a higher class. So if it gets between 7 and 3 at the last mile, then 3 has an upper hand. But that's a 7-year-old. Now let's talk these two horses, okay? 9 and 7. So if 7 has advantage, this one has a little bit of pressure which is going to run neutral, and this is also one of the horses which has been on this distance like forever. But it is going to run neutral. So I kind of have no faith how this will work, but the pressure doesn't require a jock. The advantage with 7 is this, that it has a dedicated jock, but the same applies to 4, which is there, and it is a higher class with an inner gate. They are almost like the same stuff. Then here 13 is a pressure because it is neutral, but it is a challenging class. So it's not that the 7 is clean. The 7 is not clean. What might just knock it out is the 9 from gate number 1, because that's that. Now if they are of the same age, lower pressure should work, but that will work when the gate number also aligns. Here it is a wider gate advantage which is there, and a dedicated jock. Chances are slim. 53.60. Then there is the pressure. These two are high. 156 by 28. Class. Gate number 9, 6-year-old gelding. No matter how high that is in class, what am I going to do with that? This one has physics from gate number 10. But it is a challenger class. 9, 8 can happen. Not, I mean, 1 and 7 might happen if the 1 doesn't get knocked out by 9. And that is quite possible because that's a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 9. And this is a 5-year-old gelding from gate number 1. So that's quite possible. If the 1 wins, then this is probably the second place. But the question is whether 1 will win, because the 9 is there very much with the leverage to knock it. And then if these two are all the same, then this one has advantage. So ideally, the odds are looking at one part of the story. The other part of the story is this, that it is coming from gate number 8. So hopeless, this entire thing is. This is hopeless. I mean, I don't want to go with a neutral, no matter how good it looks like, but it is there, existing. The 7 is there, but if the 7 is there, then the 3 is also there. We've ignored the grandpa last time, and the grandpa knocked it out. It is a higher class, double actually, from advantage, from everything. It is better in numbers, but the class still remains. They are like the highest defaulters. So 6-year-old man, that's the highest leverage on this horse, is 7, 6. That's the highest leverage. So 8. One 48. There's a chance, it's a very slim chance. Pass. I don't know whether it'll work. There are a lot of horses that can create a lot of trouble. I mean, this would have been a little more comfortable if this was a little closer gate, but it is 8, gate number 8. That either it has to be a closer gate or it has to be above 30%. That is not there. This one is above 30%, but they're like that. So things can go wrong, and things can go wrong in multiple levels. It can go wrong. Things can go wrong, and it can go wrong in multiple levels. This one is fighting, struggling. 9, 6-year-old gelding, very hopeless chance. The 9 is in between. 15 will run neutral. Only God knows what it will do. 7 is the favorite, which is, I mean, out of all this circus, which looks right, but it is not safe. Things can go wrong, and things can go wrong in especially this one. This is the 4. Okay, this one is higher rated, higher class. 4 is gate number 3. 11, high pressure. 17. More than the 9, now I think the 4 is a bigger problem. More than the 9, I think the 4 is a bigger problem for 7. This thing will go in a very peculiar way. I don't want to get into it. Pass. Yeah, the two was there, sitting right on top of their head, breathing on them. I don't know if you're talking about this 2 or where, which 2? Run 2. Dow's had 2. We'll put Dow's name. Dow's. No. 1/7. Sorry. Yeah, so that's the scene. This is the dicey one. The dicey one, as in I'm out. I don't want to get into this circus. This thing is not impressive. Not impressive. This thing can be knocked out by anyone. The neutrals generally don't win, but in given circumstances, this one has a lot of advantage. This one has a lot of advantage. Let's get number 10. It's challenging. Third line. And still up here. 46, 51, 50. Pure alpha last race. Okay, pure alpha. Pure alpha is which one? Pure alpha. Pure alpha is 2. Pure alpha is 2. 11. Yeah, that is one of the highest rated, but it's coming from gate number 11. Benchmark 72. Don't know. Pure alpha. This one I don't have this side. I lost data on this particular side, so I don't know whether it has physics or not. So that's a questionable section itself. It's a bad one. I mean, not that we had some great races today. We kind of got knocked out on every arrangement. Kind of like that. So if the 7 wins, the 7 will win from gate number 8 with that advantage, with those numbers. I mean, there's the entire field is waiting for the opportunity to knock out 7, because 7 is going to run front. It is a front runner, and if it makes any mistake, it gives up on gas, which ideally is the next situation, that it'll run, it'll take the lead and will give up on gas. Won't give up on gas. And in that case, which one will come? Whether it will come from gate number 10, difficult. This one, difficult. Or another one which is going to be resting back. So this probably is going to go to a jock. This probably is going to go to a jock. If the jock is good, this probably is going to go to a jock. This is not a horse race, it's a jock race. It's a jockey race. But that proposition is also very difficult to take. Anyway. This one probably is a jockey race, you know why? Because that's what it looks like. But that's a very difficult proposition to digest. I mean, this is 6-year-old gelding. I know there's a good jock. This is 6-year-old gelding. Why would I get into that? Then the others are here. These two. Sorry. 11 and 13. These two has jocks. Others 21, 10, 4. 0. Zeros don't win. This is again a neutral. From gate number 4. 0. 3. Yes. The class is higher here. The 9 is still a check.
$4 the field here for the last 5-year-old and up, benchmark 72 over 1400 metres, bat out of hell. But Ben Baker and James McDonald gave a lovely steer to the favourite Man of Worth, the best of the day for many in race 5, J Mac, and he's looking for a double here. Roussillon is the 462nd favourite, Copacabana at $5.50. How much better is it? $7 in terms of an outstanding
That
market.
one, which is
Hard to bring you one outside the favourite, bat out of hell.
6.
And longer odds. We've had money for Missile Seeker 34 into 19. Brad Davidson, selections for race 7, please, mate.
They gave me copyright. We used to do.
Finish today for me. Tricky race.
We used to do Hong Kong League, but they gave us a copyright strike, so I don't have the nerves to go back again and do those races. We can't use their feed. They will not let us use their feed. If you are happy to go without feed, then that's a different question, but it doesn't make sense. We were doing Hong Kong regularly. I mean, it is because of Hong Kong we were able to do a lot of arrangements that we have on our sheet right now, thanks to Hong Kong, but they don't like us.
Obviously, that booking is.
They don't let us
Copacabana's been
do what we want to do.
He just really lacks the change of speed to put a race away. But if he can find the front as well from that wide draw, he can run well.
Yeah,
We did come at 1400 metres.
it is. But like I said, they gave me copyright strikes last year,
It's going really well for Clear Collar.
and since then we have not touched Hong Kong.
That run was good behind pretty powerful.
Otherwise, every Sunday we used to race Hong Kong.
Exactly, been outstanding, Mark. Pretty powerful. Been a bit disappointing since, as has Steel Strike. But look, it's a race up for grabs here in the last, and
Shatin.
to go with the 9 House of Cards, just the odds. But yeah, pretty tough way to finish.
Inside draw for House of Cards, $8 just out to $9.50. Pure Alpha there, probably looking for further, Davo. $6.50 out to $8.50. Fresh up, can Pure Alpha run a race with Sienna?
Yeah, he's talking about 9 House of Cards.
Have been pretty soft leading into this prep.
That is the one hiding in between.
Generally speaking, that's
That is the one 9 which is hiding in between. He is also talking about 9, but it is going to run neutral, so I have no confidence on that horse.
both his wins have been at this distance range. It's just whether he gets the right sort of run today.
Still a few more to load away ahead of the last Davo. One at odds, I mentioned Missile Seeker 34 into 19. Cap fixed odds at Fluker's Hope.
Yeah, it's disappointing last start. Didn't finish off at all, and normally does. So the win prior to that at Rose Hill was good. Not sure what the issue was there last start. There was nothing I could find, but if he can go back to his lightning turn of foot we know he does have, then he's
11.
knockout hope.
9 on top for Brad Davidson in the last House of Cards inside draw. Now $10, 9, 1, 13 and 7. Recapping for Brad Davidson. About to will continue the loading process thanks to Darren Flindell at Warwick Farm.
50, how much better into 7? Pure Alpha at 850. So the last of the day, and they are getting set here at the 1400 metres.
It's probably a jockey race. It is not a horse race because the horses do not have the
Because as of right,
right
now, I'm not sure
opening.
whether it will be run on
It is going to be a
Saturday or
jockey
Sunday.
decision. I
That
guess so.
decision will be made
Well,
tomorrow.
we'll see.
The forecast of a high of
Pass for me.
40 degrees.
Not
for
getting
Wild.
into it.
And there's also a decision to be made about Kemba as well on Saturday, whether they run at that venue or shift out to Goulburn. So, boy, I would have thought that meetings on the coast at Kemba and Wyong would be subject to change like that. But yeah, 40 degrees is the forecast for Saturday, and a decision on Wyong will be made tomorrow morning. Now Dufresne comes up to the outside draw. Outsider of the field, set to go. Last is 7 here at Warwick Farm. And they're off and racing. No speed at all by Missile Seeker, and Batter to Hell jumps sharply in the middle. Coming across on the outside, Copacabana. And going into third is Roussillon, followed by Fairway Star. Glonton just went straight past it. Followed by How Much Better Than Came Pure Alpha. House of Cards settles well back in the field. On the inside, a Convergent and a gap to Missile Seeker and Dufresne. Copacabana went on with the job now and heads off the post-time favourite Batter to Hell to lead by 2 or 3 lengths. Glonton on the rails, being joined by Russi on the outside. Then How Much Better inside Fairway Star. Further back to Pure Alpha. House of Cards Convergent. 2 lengths to Missile Seeker. A length 2 to Front of the tail of the field. Copacabana really rolling here. Zach Lloyd's trying to pinch this and opens up by 4 lengths on Batter to Hell. 2.5 further back to Roussillon. Glonton under pressure from How Much Better. Then Fairway Star, Pure Alpha, and House of Cards head for the rest. So Copacabana has been running along 3 in front from Batter to Hell, who's trying to pick it up. It's 2.5 lengths away. Inside the 150, Copacabana still 2 in front from Batter to Hell. Nothing else a hope. In fact, nothing's a hope. Copacabana's going to run them off the legs. Copacabana all the way from
13, 1, 4.
Third, photo fourth, Roussillon, and How Much Better Than House of Cards.
13, 1, 4.
Dufresne, Pure Alpha, and there's one more. Oh, Fairway Stars pulled up.
13, gate number 10 with the pressure. Just went through. 13, 1, and 4. This one. 7 was nowhere. That happened. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 7 races here today, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday at Flemington. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dowes, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Outfox, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday. Let's hope we have a better day on Saturday. It's a weekend and we've got Flemington. We'll see how that works.